On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home.
I guess we're ready to get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to remind you that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and for those in attendance, if you could please put your phones on silent mode. Thank you again to Mr. Jackson, who's here running the camera again this afternoon. The agenda is before you. There are a couple of changes. Two bylaws, 10-OP 2019 and 63Z 2019, were placed on the agenda in error, so they are being withdrawn. And we have some minor corrections to bylaws 2019-101 and 69Z 2019 that have occurred since the agenda was printed. I think that we are going to switch around a couple of items in closed session. We're going to do item B first. I believe that's just kind of a minor issue to be dealt with. And then we'll move into the update regarding the interim control bylaw so that council can then come back out. There's two parts to that. One part is legal advice from our solicitor, and the second portion is a report that has been prepared by our Public Works Department. And I think that we will end up, Andy has printed copies for the public, but we're going to actually discuss that report in public. So it's just the advice from the solicitor that will be in closed session. And then we'll proceed with the council meeting and then deal with our final item at the end of our agenda. So with that, any other changes? Okay, seeing none, if I have a motion then that's been moved by Councillor Geisens and seconded by Councillor Rabbits, that the agenda be approved with those amendments. All those in favor? And that's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none then, I have a motion to move into closed session, moved by Councillor Rabbits and seconded by Councillor Columbus, that council move into closed session at 3:03 p.m. to discuss the following matters: the update respecting the proposed sale of property part of Lot 14, Concession 1, Woodhouse, and an update regarding the interim control bylaw. Pursuant to Sections 239(2), E, F, and C of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended as the subject matters pertain to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, affecting the municipality of local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and subject matters that pertain to a proposed acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. All those in favor? And that's carried.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, you're bound to be back for more. Of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes, and I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding, because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
You know, I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. You know, there's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, you know, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, you know, very lucky I can be here, you know. It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. You know, sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just, you know, put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, you know, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
You know, some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, South Coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, South Coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Youngs Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I have a motion that's been moved by Councillor Rabbits and seconded by Councillor Geisens that Council reconvene in open session at 3:50 p.m. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, so as discussed, we are going to be releasing the Public Works portion of our closed session discussion. It was a decision that was made just this afternoon, actually, and just in the interest of being as transparent as possible with our development community and others that are affected by this. However, there are certain aspects that contain certain paragraphs that contain some elements of solicitor-client privilege, and so those aspects will be redacted later today or tomorrow morning, and that document will be available for public release by tomorrow afternoon, and we will get that out to you. For now, we're just going to turn it over to Jason Godby, our new interim general manager of Public Works, and he is going to provide some further background on our Public Works position.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council and the listening public. Basically, where we're at right now is back in June of 2019, there was a report that came to council on a moratorium on development within the community of Port Dover. The crux of that report was basically to address concerns we had with water capacity issues for that Port Dover water treatment system. Since that time, we've had some additional information coming forward with regards to some of the technical issues with the treatment plant itself. Many of you are probably aware we've had at least 2 instances that were out in the public where water filtration units within the treatment facility itself have experienced failures, and which has impacted our ability to adequately keep up with the capacity of water required for the community. In addition, through the summer, we did experience a fire in downtown Port Dover, which I'm sure everyone is well aware of. While it was significant in the impact that it had on that one particular building, overall that we would consider that to be a relatively minor fire. However, the impact that it had on the amount of water drawn from the actual Port Dover water system is concerning to operations staff. As well, in July there was a significant water main break, which also had a massive impact on the volume of water that was drawn out of that system for these unaccounted for demands. So essentially, as all this information has come forward through the course of this year, in conversations with staff, operations staff, and with our engineering staff, Public Works is basically at a position where our primary concern is to ensure our ability to continue to provide safe and reliable drinking water to all the customers of the community of Port Dover. We're actively working to address the existing water supply deficit, and we intend to have some more information coming forward to this council with that regard in January. From an operational standpoint, it is Public Works' belief that it's in the best interest of the community of Port Dover to deny or hold any development that will require any connection to the Port Dover drinking water system until such time as existing water capacity deficiency has been addressed and there is actual surplus capacity to be allocated to any new users. Essentially, what we are saying is that it is our opinion that no new water connection should be permitted to this drinking water system until we have a solution in place for increased capacity in Port Dover. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Any questions from councillors? Okay, so just to reiterate, our general manager's position is that from an operations perspective, no additional water should be added to the system at this time. And I think it is this council's obligation, we have an overriding obligation to put the public safety of our community first. And as a result, I guess I'll be asking for a mover and a seconder based on this new information that has been provided from Public Works to this council to reaffirm the water moratorium that was implemented in Port Dover. So again, based on the new information that has been provided by Public Works, the motion would read that the lands within the Port Dover urban settlement boundary be placed in a development moratorium until such time as measures to expand plant capacity can be developed and approved by council. Additional water capacity in the urban area of Port Dover is a high priority for the Public Works staff. So if I could have a mover, Councillor Martin, and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. I think what hopefully we can reassure our development community is that this is a huge high priority item. We are working closely with Haldeman. We are scheduling meetings with the province. We are doing everything we can to ensure that we can expedite expanding capacity in Port Dover as quickly as possible. We are also actively looking at any other solutions. We understand the challenges that many people are facing, and we're interested in having discussions and looking for any kind of creative solutions, whether that means even this Norfolk County purchasing some of these the lots that can't be built on until such time as the moratorium is lifted. It's certainly something that the council would be interested in doing, as a matter of good faith to those that are relying on that construction. So with that, I guess we will have a couple of housekeeping items to do, which is we'll take care of the solicitor's report, which was CAO 19-33, that was respecting an update regarding the interim control bylaw, that it be received as information and remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Rabbits. If I could have a seconder. Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's been carried. Next is the motion moved by Councillor Rabbits and seconded by Councillor Columbus that report ECS 19-56 proposed property sale, part lot 14, concession 1 Woodhouse, be received as information and remain confidential, and that the lands identified as part lot 14, concession 1 Woodhouse be declared surplus to municipal needs and conveyed to Storage Guys at a valuation of $100,000 plus expenses for appraisal costs and survey costs of the property. And further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the agreement of purchase and sale and any other documents necessary to complete the transaction. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next, moving on to a number of communication items this evening. The first is the correspondence from Judy Maxwell. I've got a mover, Councillor Geisens, and seconded by Councillor Rabbits, that the correspondence from Judy Maxwell, General Manager, LPRCA, regarding the 2020 draft LPRCA budget be received as information. Any discussions on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next is that the correspondence from Cindy President, Greg Greer, Kristen Bernard, John DeWitt, and Tom Bradstreet regarding Norfolk County's Forest Conservation Bylaw be received as information. That's been moved by Councillor Robbins and seconded by Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. At our last council meeting, we had asked staff to come back with a report on whether or not a review of that bylaw was warranted. We did get a report back, but it's actually in our information package. It's not part of the agenda. And I'd like to keep the process moving along and, add to that motion that we direct staff to undertake a review of the forestry bylaw and include some public meetings or open house, whatever that they can do in the first quarter of 2020 and keep that process moving. That, at least let's have a look at it if there's a need for a change.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Van Passen. So would your motion read as follows, that the Forest Conservation Bylaw be referred to staff for appropriate consultation and review?
That's exactly what I was thinking, Madam Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. The next item is... My apologies.
Actually, Mayor Chalk, can we go back to that? I was going to, and we moved too fast there. I wanted a recorded vote on that, motion.
Yep. Okay, so the motion is that the Forest Conservation Bylaw be referred to staff for appropriate consultation and review.
Okay, so the staff, I just wanted to clarify, so the staff will be reviewing the one that was presented, they'll be reviewing
no, they would be opening up when Mr. Schuyler brought forward the draft bylaw, what we had asked staff for was to provide some comments on that bylaw. From there, we could determine the bylaw was supposed to have been reviewed back in 2011, and it was never reviewed. From there, we could determine whether or not we wish to open up the bylaw for review. So this would effectively open up the bylaw for review, and staff would be directed to hold public consultations to determine how they would like to see that
All right. Thank you.
changed. Okay, so I guess we'll do a recorded vote then.
Councillor Geisens. Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, moving on. And so just to finish that off then, from Councillor Rabbits, moved by Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Columbus, that the correspondence that we've received in regards to the Forest Conservation Bylaw be received as information. All those in favor? And that's carried. The next motion is moved by Councillor Michele and seconded by Councillor Van Passen, that the correspondence from Linda Campbell regarding heritage and culture in Norfolk County be received as information. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, I think this is out of order. Oh, maybe not. The next one is moved by Councillor Michele and seconded by Councillor Van Passen, that the correspondence from Chris McQueen, CAO, regarding MMP grant expression of interest be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council support the proposed third-party emergency services optimization study and endorse the grant request for $150,000 under the Municipal Modernization Program. Chris, did you want to speak to that at all? Or?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we received notification from the province of Ontario that there was a municipal modernization program, sort of on the heels of some of the municipal governance review. It was an opportunity for municipalities under a number of specific categories to look for opportunities for optimization and efficiencies. So we took this in, as staff took a look at what we could reasonably be able to undertake in a relatively short time frame for the grant application. And we've selected this, which has been an item of discussion with council about optimizing some of our fire and EMS station locations in instances where we might have capital investments or improvements or replacement of some of these facilities. This would be an opportunity to get a good objective third-party review. It checks off on the criteria quite well, and so we're hopeful that we may get the funding announced sometime mid-January. The work would need to be completed by June. And in order to apply for the grant or confirm the grant, we need a resolution of council, and that's simply why it's here, is to get support of council. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions from councillors? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, I have a motion before me that's been moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Geisens, that the correspondence from Joan Mouland respecting a request for removal of a heritage designation 750 Villanova Road be received as information, and further that Norfolk County Council proceed to de-designate the property located at 750 Villanova Road. Councillor Van Passen, would you like to speak to that?
I do have a question I might have to direct to the clerk. That my understanding, this whole process of the designation, that they talked about it in 1990, but it didn't actually get done till a bylaw was not passed till 1998, and that didn't really follow a legal process to do it that way. So rather than de-designation, can't we just rescind that bylaw? It's not like a divorce where you entered into an agreement and then you changed your mind. It's like an annulment that it never should have been done in the first place, but it got done anyway without their knowledge. So is it possible just to rescind the bylaw rather than going through the process of de-designation?
Through you, Mayor. I'll answer because nobody from Heritage is here, just qualifying my answer. Part of the issue with anything that gets registered on title is when you try to remove it from title, the Land Registry Office really is quite particular about how it's done. And this is in the registry, it's in the Heritage Registry. And so in order to remove it from the Heritage Registry, we don't necessarily have the ability to go back and say, you know, the city of Nanticoke could have done this better. From the record that I saw, although they did wait 8 years to pass the bylaw, they went through the notification process and did everything else properly. And so by today's standards, if they did it with the legislation today, they would be obviously in error. But the ability to challenge something that comes into effect, especially when it's registered on title, there's a very specific time frame that you have to bring forward those issues. You can't bring it forward 20 years later. So it has validity because of the fact that it's been in place for so long.
It actually just dawned on me today that I probably voted on that so I could bring it up for reconsideration, right?
Councillor Columbus?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I had no problem putting forward the motion to de-designate. These people have lost 2 offers because of the designation on the property. This has happened previously. I know in the township of Delhi, there was a similar home, 2-story brick home, that was de-designated several years ago. And when people get their home designated, they should be very careful of what they're asking for. I know there's people out there pushing for heritage designation, but sometimes it just adds a lot of cost down the road to the homeowners. So hence the reason I know it was originally just received as information, and I added the part to de-designate it. Thank you.
Councillor Rabbits?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I want to offer an opportunity for my 2 cents here. I feel that a heritage designation, it should be an amenity or something that has 2 willing parties. It shouldn't be an anchor on someone's head or a property owner that they then have to live with as a barrier to selling their home or developing their home. You know, we should have a process in place whereby if you're wanting a heritage designation, there's a process you can go through. If you want a de-designation, it's a similar process. And I had invited Joe Millard and Bob Speller here today to speak if it is required. They provided us with quite a bit of information in our package. We had some comments from a real estate representative that they have been working with that's been struggling to help them downsize and sell their property and get into a new home. And I appreciate that they've come before us today. I was hoping that Heritage might be present to answer any questions that we may have. It looks like they're not in the building at the moment. But I just kind of wanted to send, to council, to the public, my expectation that, having a heritage designation, it should be something that's a good thing. It should add value to the property. It should be a tool that the property owner has to manage their property and make it a selling feature if that's the target market that they're looking for. It shouldn't be a barrier. It shouldn't be an anchor around their head. And this is what this designation has become for this particular property owner. So I'd like to thank them for coming today. I don't know if it's necessary for them to have a disposition or have an opportunity to speak, but just so everyone is aware, they are in the pews here today, and if you had a question specifically for them, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer that. But those are my 2 cents, and I'm definitely in favor of supporting steps to de-designate the property. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Michelle and then Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do appreciate the position that the homeowners are in, and as Councillor Rabbits mentioned, we have no official report or representation from the Heritage Committee, other than myself, who sits on that committee as the council liaison on that committee. I am wondering, however, if it might not be wise for council to have that additional information from the Heritage Committee just as to the terms of this designation and what their take on this would be. I certainly concur with Councillor Columbus and Councillor Rabbit's suggestion that a heritage designation should never be an impediment to selling a house. I think there was a time, and hopefully that's still the case, where it is actually an advantage to have that designation, but it's perhaps proving not to be the case in this particular situation. So, but I would wonder if we might possibly defer this for some short period of time, just to get some information from the Heritage Committee on their position on this particular matter.
Okay, we already have a is that what you're moving for at this point?
Madam Mayor, I realize that, this has become a bit of a timely matter, but I would hate to find out that, in 3 weeks or whenever the next Heritage Committee meeting is, that this becomes a topic of conversation, that it is a fait accompli at the time. And perhaps I would hate to find that there is information that we're not privy to, particularly members of council who, for the most part, have just heard about this in the very recent days. That's my suggestion.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Michelle's motion? Okay, seeing none. Next hand was Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to my colleagues, this issue I became aware of this situation at the end of August. I think it was the end of August. It's a little bit of blur the last few months, but anyhow. And I began speaking with Joan and Bob regarding this. Then, as you may be aware, I was on a leave of absence from council for most of September and October. I'm guessing that there's been some miscommunication. I was under the impression that Councillor Van Passen had been speaking with Mr. Speller and that something was going forward in regards to pursuing the de-designation through the channels of the Heritage Committee. And I've been recently made aware that nothing was done in that manner. And I was just wondering if Councillor Van Passen could update in terms of my miscommunications regarding that.
Well, it is correct that I've been in contact with Mr. Speller and with Ms. Bouland since about that time frame, and I explained the process to them, that there is an option to de-designate, and I do believe that's what we're here for today, is to begin that process. And then there is paperwork that goes through, because it is under the Heritage Act, and I don't think there's any difference between coming directly to council or going through the Heritage Committee, getting a recommendation from the Heritage Committee, and then showing up at council. All that does is delay and delay and delay. And I don't think we're on an improper process here. So if the motion is moved and seconded, I'd be happy to support it and continue on, and hopefully the process will be done quickly.
Okay, I think I might take a recorded vote on this one, actually.
All right. We'll go in the other direction.
We had a seconder. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Geisens.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Michelle.
No.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Geisens. Mayor Chop.
Yes.
Carries.
I think my advice maybe with the Heritage Committee perhaps would be to make it easier for people to understand what they can and can't do with their property, so that when a purchaser comes to town, they understand what restraints would be put on them to purchase that house. And if there aren't any, clearly articulating that in some sort of, document or whatever that makes it easy for people to understand. I think that's the biggest challenge. Councillor Huffman.
In response to that, I just want to add, I'm happy that Joan and Bob have received the outcome that they wanted today, but I do want to clarify that the Heritage Committee was in constant contact with Bob Speller and Joan Moulin, and they were also very open and had discussions with the prospective purchasers of this house. So they were pretty transparent in dealing with it. It wasn't that they didn't engage in any kind of communication. There was a lot of ongoing dialogue.
It's not that I don't think that they were communicating. The understanding that I got was that some of the purchasers were confused as to what restrictions were and were not on the property. So my point is simply that if we make it easier for people to understand what those restrictions may or may not be, then perhaps we can avoid some of those challenges in the future. That's all. Anything further? Okay, the next one is that the correspondence from the Norfolk Heritage Committee regarding the Victoria Baptist Church request for amendment to heritage designation be received as information. That's been moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Oh, stand by.
So if council could just reaffirm, what I'll do is if you reaffirm the motion that you previously passed in order for me to present a bylaw to amend that, then I can proceed, because we can't supersede that council won't accept the input from the Heritage Committee, which you've just received.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been a little bit confused myself as to why this was on here for disposition. So the Heritage Committee was well aware of council, of that matter coming to council. In fact, Melissa Culver was here to speak to it that day, and she did raise the Heritage Committee's concerns, as did Councillor Michelli. So I'm unclear as to why, after we've already disposed of a matter, now we're having to reaffirm council's previous decision.
So the legislation, the Conservation Act, requires council to consult with the Heritage Committee before doing an amendment. So the process is I'm not sure if it's the same for a direct repeal, but the process is whenever you decide to amend a heritage designation, you have to let the Heritage Committee comment on your final decision, and then it comes back here, and then I have to give 30 days notice to the property owner and to the Ontario Heritage Trust, and then we can pass so we'll get it passed in January, the amendment, if council just reaffirms that this correspondence hasn't changed your opinion.
Okay. So how would you did you want to read how you want that worded then?
Oh, if council would just, that council reaffirms their decision of November respecting the matter.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Opposed? Got it. Okay, the next is correspondence that the AMO policy update regarding Ontario announces e-scooter pilot on municipal roads be received as information. There's a mover, Councillor Michelli, and seconded by Councillor Taylor. I just was wondering, Councillor Huffman, maybe if you're on the Accessibility Committee, if you might be able to speak to this.
Thank you. I would normally, but we didn't have an Accessibility Committee meeting today due to the weather, so that was something that I was going to discuss with them today. So I really don't have anything too much further to add at this point in time. It was something that I was going to speak about today.
Okay. Any questions for anyone else then? Nope. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next, moved by Councillor Guys and seconded by Councillor Taylor that the council and committee minutes of December 3rd, 2019 be approved as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried. And my apologies, I just jumped over the approval of minutes for the council meeting November 19th, 2019. The minutes of November 19th council meeting have been circulated. Any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are declared as adopted and will be signed by myself and the clerk. Back now to the reports of committees. B, that the December 10th minutes of the Public Hearings Committee be approved as presented, moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Martin.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor Chap. On page 61, which is 9 of 10 in our December 10th minutes, I just wanted to take this opportunity and make a clarification. I don't know how relevant it is or isn't. Number 8, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taylor, that council support Mayor Chap meeting with Minister Clark at Roma. I think it was specifically to give direction for staff to work with Mayor and Council on facilitating discussions with Minister Clark at Roma. And it doesn't speak, or sorry, that was coming out of the public hearing meeting where Mr. Cupey had representation. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't that council support the mayor, it was that staff were directed to work with her for a presentation at Roma.
Anything further? Okay, in that case, again, moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michelli, that the December 10th minutes of the Public Hearings Committee be approved as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Taylor, I appreciate you now printing your name beside your signature. Next is motion moved by Councilor Michelli, seconded by Councilor Taylor, that the September 19th, 2019 Health and Social Services Advisory Committee minutes be received as information. All those in favor? That's carried. It only ever, sometimes I mixed it up with Councilor Van Passen. You have a similar scribble. Next, that the November 14th, 2019 Climate Change Adaptation Committee minutes be received as information, moved by Councilor Taylor, seconded by Councilor Michelli. All those in favor? That's carried. That the November 1st, 2019 Norfolk County Agricultural Advisory Board minutes be received as information. It's been moved by Councilor Michelli and seconded by Councilor Geisens. Just one point that I wanted to make in terms of the forestry the Woodlands bylaw was that the Agricultural Advisory Board has endorsed proceeding with a review of the Woodlands bylaw, not that bylaw specifically, but of us moving forward with it, which we have decided today. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next is that the October 23rd, 2019 Downtown Simcoe BIA minutes be received as information. That's been moved by Councilor Van Passen and seconded by Councilor Michelli. All those, Councilor Hoffman?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. In regards to that, when I was going through the minutes, I just wanted to bring forward something that's been on the books for a while now, and the follow-up from staff regarding the financial records of the BIA. That request was made many months ago, and just wondering if staff could speak to when that may be coming forward. Thank you.
So, I can almost wager where who's asked, but I think that there has been actually communications that have gone back and forth with staff, and from my understanding, it was an old debt, long predating this council, that is almost wiped clean, is it not? But it's almost completed at this point in time. And then there was, I just can't remember what exactly it was for that was communicated. There weren't any specifics that were given. I don't think that there was any record even from that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Mayor. I'll have to find the dates. It's not a file I'm overly familiar with. I know that there was some information request. The audited financial statements are a record of the BIA, not of council or of the corporation. But we can get back with a written comment to council.
Councilor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, being that we're on BIA business, I wonder, can we get an update on the camera installation from one of the representatives on the BIA?
So at this point, there are 3 poles left to be done that the power just wasn't working, so that is getting fixed, and then installation is going to be very soon. I saw the room with all the cameras in them. They've been purchased. They're at the BIA, and it's just slowly but surely they're going to be installed one by one. So it's coming together.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, anything further from anyone? All those in favor? That's carried. Next is that the November 25th, 2019 Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board minutes be received as information. It's been moved by Councilor Rabbits. I need a seconder. Councilor Taylor, any discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. You hesitated? Okay. Next, motion that's been moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Rabbits, that the September 18th, 2019 Port Dover Harbor Marina Advisory Committee meeting minutes be received as information. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I wanted to take a moment and just speak on this very briefly because I honestly don't recall these coming to council all that much, and I think that there's also a duplication in the pages, although they're numbered. Councilor Michelli, I'm sure you were going to point that out. I just wondered if maybe Mr. Cridland was not here when we had a deputation from the chair, if he could just take a couple minutes and just speak to council about some of the things that get discussed regularly. I don't quite often get an opportunity to talk about the Harbor Marina. I know I'm putting you on the spot here. There's nothing in particular I'm looking for, but just maybe some general comments. The minutes don't seem to come forward all that often.
Through the mayor to county council. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. And you are right. We did catch that. Something doubled up in the printing, so the numbering system is not correct. But I think the Port Dover Harbor Advisory Board, things are going quite well. It is a highly operational, the marina, so that's what we deal a lot with. So the members on there seem to be fairly productive. They do bring a lot of good things to the table. And we have talks on everything from capital items, such as the new sewage system, which is in the budget going forward. It's one thing with the marina, we're tied into a joint sewer system to get rid of the sewage at the plant, and there's talks in the future we'll have to get on our own line. From there it goes to amenities. We've talked about things such as, playground equipment, or what do we want the marina to do in the future? Is it for the boater? Should it play a bigger part in Port Dover? And with that, there's all kinds of discussions on possible trail linkage from the marina into the downtown. So when people, arrive on their boat, they have a way to get downtown. We've looked at different ideas of transportation. Could it be private? Somebody would come over the hill, pick people up, bring them into town for a meal. It stretches into, dock for a few days and then get a connection with one of the local restaurants and where you have a dinner out. We also then talk about the nuts and the bolts, about the dockage and repairs on the docks. Also, we get into the human aspect of sailboats versus motorboats and the difference of what they want at a facility. And there's also the bad side of sometimes people there on holidays and having a good time, and then they make a little bit too much noise for other folks. So I think we cover the whole gamut. But at the end of the meetings, we get back to these folks with action items, cover what we do, and some move forward, and obviously some are just discussed at the table and they don't go any further. So that's it. I think I find it very productive, and the members there, I must say, they do a pretty good job of getting back to the boaters and spreading that information of what they've talked to or bringing concerns forward.
Thank you. That's perfect. I think this is a good opportunity to just fill my colleagues in a little bit. There's lots of productive discussions about what the marina looks like in the future. They're not coming to council and asking for money, but they are interested in amenities down there. Is it a sea can for coffee or local food and beverage? Are there bike racks that could be put down there? Things like that. There's also a regular conversation that happens about the expansion of the marina and what that could look like. There have always been plans for that, and obviously that's not something in our near future with the financial viability of our county, but I think it's always important to have that discussion and to talk about it and include plans for the future. And I think that this is a really great group that could be a great resource when we go into our secondary plans for Port Dover and waterfront development as a whole. And lastly, we're looking for new members on that committee, so if anyone's listening at home.
Okay, so again, that motion was moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Rabbits. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. I guess next we are on to our staff reports. The one question I had actually before moving on to that, I'm surprised that the police services boards, Councillor Columbus? Are you surprised at the PSB minutes? I would have thought would have been in here. This was when we were going to bring forward the Cockshut Road in Port Dover, was it not?
I wonder if, very familiar, if this happened you missed about an hour of a meeting this month.
Did you
I
already?
believe we discussed it,
Okay.
yes, and additionally that the police service board would have a discussion about implementation of the speed signs, and Cockshut Road was discussed at that
Perfect.
time.
Thanks, great. Okay, so now moving on to our user fee report. That's staff report FS 19-43, and I guess Mr. Burgess, is that you? Oh, there we go. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. Through the mayor to members of council and the public, the report before you today is a report presented annually for the council's direction and adoption. This report includes the proposed user fees recommended to be in effect on January 1st, 2020. These rates and fees will also be included in the proposed 2020 levy-supported operating budget scheduled to be presented to the Budget Committee on January 28th through the 30th of 2020. This report excludes the water and wastewater rates and fees, which were presented and approved on November the 19th, 2019, as part of the rate-supported operating budget. Norfolk County's user fee policy was adopted on December 16th, 2014. The overall theme of this policy is to recover the full cost of providing services, except where council supports a lower rate for an exemption, rates are based on open markets, or fees are legislated. When a service is provided and the fee charged is less than full cost recovery, the difference will be funded through other sources of revenue, including property taxes. The full cost recovery rate calculations are based on current service delivery. When changes in service delivery occur, such as efficiencies are identified, the full cost recovery of the fees will be recalculated in order to reflect the changes in the cost of the service. The policy also provides that an annual inflationary adjustment will be applied to all fees in order to keep the fee at the approved cost recovery rate as costs increase. Based on an analysis of the prior year's budget drivers and the consumer price index changes, it is recommended that an inflationary adjustment of 1.9% be applied to all fees. Rounding of fees occurs in many instances, and this is the main reason why many fee increases differ slightly from the 1.9% inflationary rate. Some other notable changes recommended in this report include establishing a charge for public skate admissions, a non-resident surcharge on recreation programming and pass cards, consolidation of the business licensing non-resident and resident rates into a single rate system, establishing a charge for mobile food vendors that attend festival events, and changes to the museum membership program. Earlier in 2019, reports FS 1908 and FS 1929 were presented, which provided comprehensive reviews on development and arena user fees. No further comprehensive reviews have been completed in 2019. The comprehensive review process will begin again early in 2020 with reviews to the OPP false alarm charges and on business licensing fees. Staff also recommend to continue with additional reviews of cemeteries and pool user fees unless further direction is provided by council. Lastly, we would like to take the time to apologize for the timing of this report, as we recognize this is the last council meeting prior to the end of 2019. Generally, this report is presented in October or early November. Contributors to this delay include staffing resources, staffing changes, as well as a shift in the direction of this report. The initial direction of this report was to simply propose an inflationary adjustment on all fees, whereas now the focus has changed and we placed a greater focus on the creation of new fees for additional revenue generation. At this time, we would be happy to answer any questions of council if you have any related to specific fees or the user fee policy.
Questions from councilors? I have a question. So, Bill, I'm just wondering if you could tell me about the new program for yoga that I wasn't aware that we had gone to the subsidization model and what that looks like.
Through the chair, I believe that's aquatics yoga. I'm just finding the report. If you've got a number there.
Well, I just by chance happened upon some information today that we are actually just cutting checks for yoga.
Through the chair to county council, I'm not aware of
So with
that.
some of our local, one of our local yoga studios. that we have provided sort of an account for. So I'm assuming there must be a new program in place, kind of what we had talked about. I just didn't realize that anything
To my knowledge, I know the Simcoe Lions, I still believe, do supply a low-cost yoga fee. And to my knowledge, the county yoga classes, when there was the new supplier came into town, that the county pulled back from them. So that's something I'm a little caught off guard on. If you get some more details, I'll definitely look into it. I just don't have
Sure,
the
I'll
answers
touch
right
base.
now.
Yeah, that was my impression as well, was
Okay.
that we weren't going to compete anymore. We had talked about the possibility of some sort of, way that we could offer tokens or something to people to be able to use at local businesses as opposed to us providing that service. But I just don't think council was aware that we were actually doing that.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can talk and I'll get some more detail back to council on that. Sorry about that.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of questions on the report. Page 4 of 10, you talk about public skate admissions. Now, I'm hoping we're just going to go on the honor system, put a container out there, throw your toonie in, and not have staff collecting money. Otherwise, we'll need more people to go skating just to pay the staff time to collect the money. So,
Through the chair to county councilors. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be on your honor system, but there would be a collection basket because staff are often at the front when people come in, but if they're flooding the ice and people are coming in, that's the way it's going to be. There will be a basket, people don't know where to throw it, and we'll staff it when we can, and if not, I guess it will be an honor system on that. Toonie for a skate.
thank you. And also on page 6 of 10, the mobile food vendor licensing, it talks about the need for inspection from the health unit, the fire department, all those things. And I think we went through this with PD 13, that as long as they have a valid sticker from another municipality that it's been inspected by their health department or their fire department, that we accept that and not duplicate services and waste our time and theirs. So can you give me a little more background on what the intent is on that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at Marlene Miranda, obviously from the health side. Maybe we can start there, Marlene, if you're okay.
Through the mayor to council, we do a risk assessment with each of our inspections, and if they have been inspected, it would be low risk, and we often will exclude them from the permits for that particular event.
I hate to duplicate things and waste our staff's time. And one other overall comment, we've got these pages and pages of all the set fees, and some of them are adjusted to come out to an even number. Hopefully next year you'll adjust them to come out to an even number after the HST is added to them, and make it simpler to make change and things like that for everybody, not come up with an even number and then you got to add 13% to that. So some of them need the HST, some don't. So maybe in the back of your mind next year when you're reviewing them and adding the inflationary rate, keep that in mind as well.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at page 14 of 15 of the report. Right at the top there, it talks about a site plan exemption, fee removed as per council report FS 19-08. And then I go to page 133 and under planning, and it has a number of places where site plan is costed out as a charge. So I just wonder, I'm confused about the fact that there was some kind of an exemption and then it's still in the body here. So is there a charge for site plan or not?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, you are correct that we did remove the site plan exemption fee. So that was a fee that was charged when people would be exempt from the site plan. So we still do charge site plan fees, which are still included in the bylaw.
We still do that. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yep, I was just confused because I didn't have all the details, I guess. Okay, the other one is on page 109, table 4. And it's with respect to graphic services and Tai Chi participation in fitness classes. Do we know, Mr. Cridland, do we know how many persons are involved there? How many users of those programs? and what our income would be or loss would be.
Through the mayor, could I get the program number? I'm just a little behind here trying to keep up with the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, it's page 109, table 4, page 13 of 15 of the report. And it talks about community service programs, Tai Chi, same one the mayor, I believe, asked about, and fitness classes.
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the clarification. That has actually been removed and no longer offered by Norfolk County, and part of that was low participation rates, as well as private sector people being able to supply this.
So my question is, how many persons would have been involved with those programs?
Through the
You
mayor,
said
to
low
the-
participation, but was it
Yeah.
10 or 20?
It would be, I'd have to guess, I could get back to you on that, but I mean, for us to close a program down, we're probably looking at less than 10 individuals. Not worth the time to put it on when there's other people putting it on.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I'm looking at pages 127 and 128 regarding our marinas. And I'm just wondering if we have any breakdown for residential rates versus non-residential rates.
Through the chair to the councillor. For some programs, we do have non-resident with residents, but I do not believe we do for these particular ones. As people come in, it wasn't a question that was asked.
But I'm just thinking with these, as individuals are here and have their boats docked, people that are here all season long, they have access to the services that we offer here in Norfolk County, and they're simply just paying the same rate that our residents are, and our residents have already paid for those services through their taxes. So I don't know if it'd be appropriate to consider increasing the non-residential rates just to something fair. I'm sure there are other marinas that have similar resident versus non-resident rate. If we could see what that ratio is and then possibly discuss that further. I don't know how council's feeling around the table here.
I guess what I could add is, I think with the marina, it's a little different. It makes money, it makes a profit, and by saying I don't think we have the exact number. Obviously, a big proportion of that number is out of residents, because we just wouldn't have the folks in Norfolk County to fill the 450 slips. So we did look at that, and we decided not to have a non-resident just for the fact that we are making money, and we're afraid we wouldn't fill the marina if depending on what we came out of that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, the general manager is correct. With the situation with the marina, it's a competitive business. So the rates are not set on a cost recovery basis like we do the other user fee. It's set on a market rate basis to ensure that we're competitive. And in this case, we're not. There's no tax levy subsidy to the provision of the service. So to split the rate would not would create business issues, because you're trying to run it as a business, not a service.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on that subject, page 127, line item 323, the seasonal hydro surcharge for air conditioners at $66 seems rather reasonable to me. I wonder why that is so low. And on the next page, number 339, the pump out rates there is no increase on pump out rates, even though water and sewer is up 16.8%, the septage is up 23%, and holding tanks are up 25%, but you can pump out your boat for the same price as last year. That seems a little bit like an oversight to me. Thank you.
I think through the mayor, I'll start with that. The marinas were gone through last year with a comprehensive review, so those sewage rates were updated, but the councillor brings up a good point. I think the timing this report was going together, we weren't sure where the water and sewer rates were going to end up, so with that 16.8% increase, it's something staff would definitely look at for next year. So we can get some details on what that price may be.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Probably less important than the pump out rates, but while we're on the topic, if this is a successful business and we're making money, a lot of the public would like to see the ramps opened earlier and later. I see that that fee stays the same, but if it's a revenue generator, I don't know if that's something summer students can accommodate if there's money for it.
Well, I think if it is if we are using it as a competitive business as well, I think we closed one marina already. It has been closed in Port Dover. I think that there's more than enough demand for the marina there. I don't think there's a waiting list, I believe, is there not?
That is correct. People want to come to us.
So there's a waiting list. Norfolk County has a marina, and then there's one other private marina plus the yacht club that's left in Port Dover. That private marina is paying taxes that are increasing year over year. Norfolk County doesn't have any of those burdens to bear, so I don't know that it's fair to say that we would be disadvantaging ourselves by increasing, like council had talked about. I remember last year distinctly, we requested some information to come back on what it would take to install hydrometers, because I agree with Councillor Van Passen and with Councillor Taylor's position that a lot of people come in and they use their boats in Norfolk County and they're not paying anything for their hydro rates, and arguably on some of those boats now with people running air conditioners around the clock, we're likely losing that 66 isn't covering what's actually being consumed. And so I thought we were going to see a report come this time to understand what it would take for us to install individual meters at the slips.
Through the Mayor to County Council, I know when a user fee is established, the finance staff can perhaps talk about it a little clearer, but there's a Schedule A which takes into if it's a labor-intensive item, utilities, that sort of thing. So I would assume that in the Schedule A, the $66 is reflective of what an average boat would use. Staff can go back and review that. I don't remember the conversation on actually having meters installed at each dock, but we can review the Schedule A and make sure there have been no mistakes there, because I guess if you look at your season as 4 months, staff would, some boats are gone from the 4 months they could be gone for a month at a time sailing, that sort of stuff. So I think the Schedule A, it's a best guesstimate at the best to cover. Some people probably don't use $62 or $64 worth of electricities. And you are correct. If somebody had their boat docked there for the whole summer and did never take it out and plugged in, yeah, their bill would probably be over $62.
Arguably, that's a lot of boats that are there, though. It's not that you're seeing multiple vacant slips throughout the season.
True. Yeah, it depends on the individual, how they travel, the use of their boat.
You raise a very good point about the lack of taxes, and maybe we should get the marina staff to do a little rough assessment on the value of that marina, and if it were in private hands, how much taxes they would be paying, and expect to have them turn over that amount of money as a profit at the end of the year, because I think that would be considerably more than what we get now, but that would put them in that competitive mindset of what they should be making if it were in the private sector. And I would expect that the taxes on that would be considerably into the six-figure digits, probably into almost the 7, right?
Through the chair, there was it was in early 2017, I had just started, and there was an in-camera session, but I think that information is available on what the Port Dover Marina was market value, and what Norfolk County makes is approximately $500,000 a year on that marina. 200 and some change go to the general levy, and 200 and something, the remainder goes to the revenue for that. And I'm not sure if we can get that information, but it was looked at that time and taken that if the marina was sold into private hands, what Norfolk County would get back on a tax base. So I'm thinking I can work with finance staff as early as tomorrow at SLT and see where that report is.
Bill, if I could just jump, sorry, Councillor Hoffman, just while we're on that topic. I also, when we look at the user fees for the marinas, can council be safely assured that all users at the marina are paying the same fee?
Through the chair to county council, yes, I can say that there is
with certainty.
There is a user fee for each item, and that's what would be advertised. And when somebody did a contract up, that's what would go through the contract. We would have a signed copy, they would have a signed copy.
So I would appreciate if maybe you could sort of look into that and just ensure that every slip is paying the same rate and that there are no sort of deals that have been made with the county in the past that are carrying through as we go into these challenging times.
No, I can definitely do that.
Thanks. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go back to the original suggestion that Councillor Van Passen had about public skating, and maybe this is just a question also maybe to Mr. Cridland. The anticipated public skating revenue is $5,000, according to the report, based on $2 a person per visit. I guess, first of all, and this is a new charge that we are implementing this year, right? We have not had charges for public skating, I believe, for the last 3 years prior. Let's go back to 2016, I believe it said. In any event, some period of time prior to this year, it's been free. And I'm just wondering, we're trying to encourage young people and perhaps families with young children to go public skating, get some exercise, and I'm just a little bit concerned that maybe the $2 charge, while we can kind of describe it as it's only a toonie, if I want to take my wife and a couple of kids skating, it's going to cost me $8 each time I go skating. I think that might be a little bit of an impediment for some people to just not go skating. We're already only taking in $5,000, and I'm also then curious with regard to the toonie part, what if somebody has a $20 bill and we're using the honor system, how do they get change? And so I guess, in a way, I'm just kind of suggesting, I'm not sure that the juice we're getting out of this is worth all the squeezing we have to do.
Through the chair to county councillor, we have tried to simplify and hybrid this, because before I believe it was so much for an adult skate, so much for a child skate, and that's where we got into all kinds of different numbers. What we looked at now, again, trying to increase revenues in arenas, this stood out to finance staff and community services staff that there's a source of revenue there. $5,000 isn't a lot of money in the grand scheme, but it's a step in the right direction. So we came up with the toonie. Staff are prepared. We'll have to have some type of cash flow for the change, and the way it's worked in the past, we often have, one point I forgot, a facility attendant, a student who is is in charge of cleaning the change rooms, the garbages and things like that, while the full-time staff is flooding the ice. That would be another individual that we would try to catch most people coming in the door. And the arenas aren't so big as such that I guess we are putting some faith in people that if they came in and somebody wasn't necessarily there, they'll have an idea of how many folks are on the ice and be able to do a quick math. And we're hoping that most people would come up and say, I didn't pay because I need to change, that sort of thing. Again, it's a bit of a pilot. We haven't had it for a few years. We're hoping the toonie does simplify that you're not, you're $5 and your child is $2 and it gets convoluted that way. So we're hoping it'll work out, but we will have cash flow and use every staff member we have in there to make sure people are greeted at the door.
Thank you.
Along with Councillor Michele's line of thinking of sometimes does it cost us more to run things than we're actually bringing in from it, Andy, would you be able to comment on, in terms of the business licenses, how much staff time is dedicated to administering that program?
Through you, Mayor. So it's a mix with business licensing and lottery licensing. They both take up a fair amount of time. We're not close to full cost recovery with either of them. The one thing that is specifically with business licensing that takes a lot of time is the late ones, dropping everything to get everything done. That's what really makes it an ineffective way to run it. So it takes much more time to deal with somebody who's panicking about getting something done in a week than it does when we can. And it's much less enjoyable for everybody involved than if we can get them in on time and get them through the process quickly. When we have it done in advance and we've got people coming back for an annual renewal, it's quite easy and quick.
Okay, so so we're not at full cost recovery for the business license, so it's actually costing us money to have that program. But yet, most other municipalities don't have business licenses, and Norfolk County operated for many years without business licenses. And as an example of inefficiencies, there was one of our constituents that, I mean, we had so many complaints this past year over the business licenses, and one story in particular stuck out, which was an individual had submitted actually the fee to Norfolk County and then didn't account for the increase, but the time was actually taken to send that back to the individual because they hadn't paid for the increase, and then now put I believe, what's the surcharge for late approval? $50? It's more than the license itself.
I became aware of that very late on, and if we'd become aware of that early on, we would have dealt with it right away. We weren't aware of that, but I'd say that it's factually incorrect to say that most municipalities don't have business licensing. It is a significant measure for enforcing regulations and protecting public safety, and we have what is a very standard level of business licensing for a municipality, especially a municipality of 60,000. Most municipalities of a population of 60,000 would have much more, but you look to Tillsonburg, they have something very similar, a municipality of 12,000. Haldeman has business licensing. Brantford has much more robust business licensing than us.
I suspect, well, Haldeman and some of these other places are probably able to even process business licenses online. My concern is just that when we're looking at going into budget deliberations here, if we're actually, it's not a requirement that we have a business license, and there are many municipalities that don't have a business license. And so why would we be doing something that would actually be costing us money?
So the reasons for business licensing are to protect the health and safety of the public. I certainly wouldn't be a clerk of any stature if I didn't stand forward and tell council that if you have a taxi company that's driving without any business licensing and you revoked it and you have a sexual assault or some of these horrible things that have happened to communities like Halifax and other things of a customer in there, then ultimately it's the municipality that looks really bad. We have these things in place to protect people in the vulnerable population. You don't want to go into a restaurant and get salmonella poisoning. Like, there are reasonings for public health, there are reasons for it, and if the level of business licensing is too large, that's why we're doing the review, that's why we're bringing forward a report in January. It was supposed to already come forward, but Stephanie took some more time. But we've met with all the taxi license people. We've met with a lot of we've held 3 public open houses. So we are open, we are going out there, and we are looking to modernize the business licensing. And that is a great opportunity for council to decide to what aspects fit and what aspects don't fit for Norfolk County, but to just say that business licensing overall is a bad thing isn't really taking a methodical approach to it.
Okay, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I said it's costing us money because you said it's not full cost recovery. And the taxi license is a separate license than the business license. Is it not? It's the exact same one. But some municipalities would have a separate taxi license, though. I can see regulating the tax. I mean, we have it's been long established that we regulate our taxis here. I think we've Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To respectfully disagree with Councillor Michelle's comments on the skating, this is an issue when you take numbers in isolation and, you know, they want to put an estimate of revenue of $5,000 in there. But if you read the whole paragraph, you know, when they quit collecting the fees 10 years ago, they were collecting close to $10,000. They estimated last year there's 25,000 participants went through, or more than 25,000. So if everybody was honest and everybody had the right change and everybody remembered to throw it in the pot, that's $50,000. It will take some time for the public to get used to it and remember to bring the change and remember to do that, because like if you go to a parking meter and forget to bring the change, what do you do then? You have to go get it. But people will get used to that. So staff is just being realistic on the initial first year. Let's put a number in there that we're not going to overestimate because we have enough problems in the past with overestimation of numbers. So, hopefully it will work out. And hopefully we can extend this to museums and places like that everybody uses for free. Everybody wants them, but nobody wants to pay for it. So $2 at a time ain't that bad.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I certainly take Councillor Van Passen's point to heart. But the bulk of my comment, though, was that I wasn't sure that this was going to increase participation. Once people have to pay, the participation rate may go down. And also, again, I'm just trying to think of those low-income families for which $8 or $10 to go skating is a considerable amount of money for those people.
Councilor Columbus.
I just wanted to bring up the fact about these festivals and the organizers behind it. And I think probably we've all had 11th hour calls from festival organizers with respect to the fact that they're got some challenges in filing their applications with the county. So I'm just wondering if there's any way we can improve that, like an educational program or something of that nature, so that these things don't happen, so that the people that are organizing our festivals actually come to a meeting and you deliver the goods on what the application is required, so it's not always done for the last minute. Any comments from the people that prepared this document?
Thank you to Mayor Chop, through Mayor Chop to Councillor Columbus. We regularly hold a special events meeting and meet with event organizers to talk through the process. As mentioned, I believe at the last Council and Committee meeting, we're reaching out to our special event organizers through a survey and doing a review. And part of that review will be a comprehensive open house with all of the various departments and divisions participating so that event organizers can ask any specific questions relating to licensing as it may be, or fire services, or paramedic services, or health services. So yes, we will undertake that in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully that will streamline things. My other question is with respect to within 14 days, I take it a lot of this material will kick in January 1st. So things like dog licensing, I don't know who's got the answer for that. I guess it's Mr. Enslin. Or who are we going to, who's going to implement the dog licensing? Is it still going to be through the libraries where they can buy a tag, and will it be enforceable on the 1st of January if your dog gets caught or goes to the pound or whatever? Who's got the answer for that one?
Through you, Mayor. We took over administrating it a while ago because it kind of fits with some of the licensing we do. The tags have been ordered, so we're already selling them. Right now we're selling them at this year's rate, so if it's passed then it becomes the new rate. So they're already out there and available to purchase your dog tags for next year.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Norfolk County Council and members of the viewing public, at risk of changing the course of the conversation or bringing up a new topic, one of the more interesting pages that I found in the report is on 112. It's FS 19-43. It's attachment 2. And it's about property tax subsidization by operating area. And we're really looking at two key departments at Norfolk County: Community Services and our Development and Cultural Services Department, that are listed in the report. For those of you at home that aren't viewing the report, pools are subsidized in Norfolk County at about a 70% rate from the levy. Our arenas, 65% is on the tax levy. Our halls and our community centers, about 72% is on the levy. Recreational programs, 70%, I'm rounding. Cemeteries, 69%. Harbor marinas is actually displayed at a negative integer because it is in fact beyond full cost recovery. It is a profitable venture for Norfolk County. It's displayed here in this report. Right Norfolk is there, 31%. They actually have quite a significant federal provincial grant that's helped offset the impact to our municipal levy. Heritage and culture is close to 90%. Bylaw enforcement close thereafter at about 88%. I'm rounding here. And in our last deliberations when we were looking at rates, we did freeze a lot of increases to planning applications, development of cultural services. They were asking for around a 20% increase in a variety of different areas, and that's before us this evening. It is my understanding that if we were to pass the user fees as presented to us, that those increases would have a significant impact in reducing the amount of subsidy through the municipal levy for heritage and cultural services, as well as bylaw enforcement. And I was just hoping for a comment from staff regarding this particular table, attachment 2, because it does really tell a tale about what's being subsidized through the levy and how we can potentially offset those costs. One of them is to apply for federal provincial grants. Another one is to attempt to get to full cost recovery for these different programs and services. And I want to know that, if we're going to be increasing many of the different fees in development and cultural services, that it is going to have an impact on the tax levy for your average property taxpayer. And it'd be really interesting to see, next time around when we're going through our budget deliberations, a comparator to last year. We froze many of those rates that I'm referring to at 0, and now we're having a similar ask for about 20% in a variety of different areas. And I was just hoping for some financial services comment on that table, and if I'm correct in assuming that, if we pass the user fees as presented to us, they're going to have a significant impact on those operating areas that are really drivers in terms of increasing the burden on the municipal levy.
I don't believe we actually did freeze those in the end. We discussed it for a long time, but I don't think we did in the end.
I believe it was supposed to be phased in, because it's quite an increase, 20% year over year for, I want to say, approximately 4 years is what was
No,
proposed.
that was the previous council. That was their recommendation, was that it was 20% year over year. We tried to challenge it last year.
Through the chair, I'm just confirming the facts. So it is 20% per year until they get to the recommended recovery rate. But the planning fees are not a part of this table. So through the mayor to the councillor, he does point out a table that is presented to council more at a high-level strategic view of the strategy for user fees. Every municipality decides, frankly, how much of the fees or the cost associated with providing services to their citizens are going to be recovered through direct user fees. They're presented so that council has kind of that 30,000 foot view of the user fees, and to have that other rational check to say, does that make sense as far as how much cost recovery we are having and what strategies you want to deploy to either have less taxpayer levy support for those services or to direct charge the users more, and whether there's frankly equality between the different classifications. So if I'm using a pool versus a hockey arena, am I paying relatively the same percentage? Because in many cases you can become skewed on the levels. A pool person might be paying a lot more to use a pool versus someone using a hockey arena. So it is presented for council to ensure that their level of subsidization is where they want it to be and whether there's equitability between the services being provided. I would say that the report itself, with essentially an inflationary impact increase, is not going to generate across the board, I wouldn't call it significant revenues. I think it's just a matter of upping the revenues a little bit to maintain some of the, frankly, the increased costs that are going to be incurred. So I wouldn't forecast saying that the subsidy levels are going to change much from if we ran this exact same report next year, because utility costs and other costs will increase, and we're just kind of recovering some of that back. So the theory behind the presentation of the report was essentially to get not to lose ground anymore. If council decides that strategically they want to increase fees more to capture more, well, this is the time to have it, and you can adjust those fees. But the essence of the report was an inflationary increase, so we don't lose ground. It won't be that much of a big positive revenue gain. We state stuff like we'll pick up $5,000 in revenue or $10,000 in revenue and certain things where we're not charging it, but anything else that's inflationary gain on a charge that was there, we're probably incurring those cost increases anyways through labor and other costs. So I don't think it'd have a significant impact on the net levy charge next year.
Councilor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Believe it or not, I had that page marked as well, but it's a different question. The cemeteries, we subsidize at a rate of 68.5%. Now, would it be safe to assume that on our actual operating cemeteries that we're breaking even or putting a little bit into the reserves, and the fact that we inherit all the abandoned cemeteries, that is why we're subsidizing them? Because I know Port Dover runs a private cemetery that doesn't take any subsidizing because it's paid for from the board looks after covering all the expenses themselves. So.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think in many cases when you're absorbing a cemetery, there is a net loss to it, and that's what it is. We don't have the detail to say exactly where that subsidy level is. The one thing we would want to point out is that cemeteries is one of the ones targeted for a review for cost recovery for next year, and it's something that we'd probably have better details for you for next year after that review study is. But when municipalities absorb cemeteries, they're doing it at a loss, frankly. So if the county has picked some of those up, they'd be picking up losses.
While we're on that page, what would be in bylaw enforcement? That we have 6 bylaw officers, do we not? 6? What else would be mileage, I'm assuming? What else would be making that up, that 1.25? Okay, even worse.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's just the administrative cost for bylaw enforcement, so mileage would be part of that, or operating cost. Certainly staff time, uniforms, just the regular day-to-day admin. That would happen in bylaw enforcement.
Well, just dividing 1.2 million out with 5 officers, even if you throw some uniform costs and mileage, that still seems like I'm quite surprised by the number when I saw it myself.
Treasurer.
Through the chair, there's additional costs, including crossing guards in that category.
Oh, the cross, okay.
And some contracted services. So there are additional costs there.
That makes more sense. Thanks. Anybody else? Okay. Councilor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 141, the rooftop solar panel permits. Now, I think that's still on our to-do list at the back of the agenda, but I was sort of hoping that they would have had a look at that before we renewed it for another year, but is that still in process?
Madam Mayor, yeah, we are working on that. I believe there's an action item for a review with regards to the justification of the fee for rooftop units, and we will be presenting that to council.
Somebody wish to move the staff recommendation?
That's the end of the stack, so.
Or propose an alternative? Councilor Columbus? Move the recommendation. That FS 19-43 proposed 2020 user fees and service charges be received as information, and that council approves the revised user fees and service charges as outlined in report FS 1943, and further that the revised user fees and service charges bylaw be approved by council. Seconder? Councilor Rabbits. All those in favor? Carried. I wrote all over this. Okay, the next report, I believe, is Ms. Darlington in regards to our insurance program.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The purpose of this report is to present and advise council on anticipated costs relating to the 2020 insurance program renewal with Frank Cowan Company Limited. Norfolk County's general insurance program operates on an annual basis, which is renewable on January 1st. Frank Cowan negotiated with the 3 insurance companies that underwrite the county's insurance portfolio,
and presented the renewal program to county staff and advised that the 2020 total annualized premium renewal for Norfolk County, excluding taxes, would be approximately $1.5 million. The 2020 approximate insurance premium represents a 10.6% increase over the 2019 premium. County staff requested a further premium review with the underwriters, considering deductible increases in an effort to reduce the premium increase. Frank Cowan facilitated a further review with the insurance underwriters. However, there was no changes as a result. On November 26, the CAO authorized and executed a further contract with Tri-County Insurance to act as insurance advisors on behalf of the county to enter into discussions with Frank Cowan to obtain a lower cost for the 2020 renewal. However, there were no changes as a result of these discussions. On December 11th, the mayor and staff met with Frank Cowan again to seek a reduction in the 2020 insurance premium, further explore deductible levels, and determine cancellation terms and costs, the details for which have been provided in your report. Staff has provided several recommendations in the report for council's consideration. First, staff is recommending that the county renew the insurance program as presented for 1 year. This will complete the last year under contract and will allow sufficient time for a fulsome review of the insurance program and approach so that council can be confident that the county has the appropriate level and type of insurance for the county. Second, staff is recommending an exemption to the Norfolk County purchasing policy to direct staff to prepare and issue a modified single source bidding opportunity to invite up to 6 proponents to submit proposals to the county to act as the county's broker or to provide insurance directly. This would allow the proponent time to improve the county's insurance program and report to council well before the end of next year. Third, staff is recommending the immediate commencement of an actuarial review update with funding from the insurance reserve. Staff note that the estimate provided in the report of $25,000 for the actuarial review is higher than what is anticipated, and the actual cost is approximately $14,000 plus applicable taxes. The actuarial review will ensure that prior to taking on additional risks through higher deductibles, that the risk is well understood and that the county has the appropriate levels of reserve funding so that the county is not unintentionally under additional financial strain. And with that, staff will assist with any questions that the council may have. Any questions from councilors? I've developed a real passion for insurance the past couple months. So I have to say that I am particularly frustrated with what has been dealt to us by Frank Cowan. Last year, I think it was our first council meeting, we were presented with the results of the RFP, and it was presented to council as a significant savings on our insurance premium, which I believe was approximately $56,000. 1 year later, so we were requested to sign a 4-year deal at that time, and as you will recall, we ended up getting that back to 2 years, so believing that we might be better off shopping around in the future. And 1 year later, despite our $56,000 in savings last year, is now going up our premium $148,000, which is 10%. And what's more concerning about that is when you look at Norfolk County's liability track record over the past 4 years, we've actually been doing extremely well. In fact, we had a couple of years of 0 on our claims to loss ratio, and this past year, I believe we were sitting at 0.2. So it perplexes me as to how, if our performance, Frank Cowan said that they look at our performance based on 10 years, trailing 10 years, how if our performance is actually improving, that our premium is still going up. So I think it is incumbent upon us to see what else is out there in the marketplace, if it means altering the insurance program that we have. And the comparator that I keep coming back to is Haldimand County, that they are paying less than $500,000 and we're paying over 1.5. And to me, regardless of whether their deductibles are higher than Norfolk County, just having a higher deductible alone should not be $1 million in difference between the two policies. And so Frank Cowan has referred to Haldeman County as being an anomaly, but I don't think 10 years at the same rate is an anomaly, in my view. So I hope that council sort of endorses staff's recommendation here. A lot of this information had come to light. You'll recall that Tri-County had approached the county requesting access to the information that had been used in the original RFP, and they have presented actually a really strong case, I believe, and I've been very impressed with the information they brought forward to us, a strong case for us to go to the market, to appoint a broker, and to be able to see how we can get a number a lot closer to Haldeman's than what we're paying currently. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to clarify from your presentation here, Shelley, around December 11th, you had a conversation with, I believe that was the date that you said, with Frank Cowan Insurance, and they came back with the same proposal for us?
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin, yes, that's correct. We had a discussion when we received the first renewal notice, then Tri-County had a discussion with them, and then again on December 11th, I forget, that must have been Wednesday or Thursday of last week, and we had a further discussion with them, and hence the lateness of your report being distributed rather than through the agenda process.
So just, I guess, in Shelley and staff's defense here, I think that a lot of information came forward from Tri-County did do a bunch of work to try to show us, some of the differences, what was going on with Haldeman, what our claims to loss ratio was, what we're paying on the liability side, and so on and so forth. And I guess the idea behind having a broker for me is not, our staff has to touch so many different areas where to have somebody for us to actually go to market with a broker, it's not costing Norfolk County a dime. And so that way we have somebody that is, their whole life is insurance. And I think that's probably our best kind of negotiation strategy going forward.
After seeing this 10%, I'm just wondering if this is passed tonight, how quickly is that broker out there looking? Because 10% is not a good thing to look at.
Through the mayor, if I may, staff is recommending that we renew 1 year and then provide an opportunity to look at the program. And as Mayor Chop has said, negotiate and change the program so it can align better with the objectives of council.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a question. They talk about renewing it. I thought last year one of the first things this council did was signed a 2-year contract. So it's not really renewing it, right? We're just filling out the obligation of the second year of a contract rather than trying to get out of it. And in that year's time, we will spend the time shopping around before we sign a new contract for 2022 or 21, right?
Through the mayor, that is correct. It was a 2-year RFP plus 3 additional 1-year terms. 2020 concludes that 2-year contract. We always do consider a renewal only because we do have the right to terminate. Frank Cowan Company did provide some options to council on terminating the contract earlier and just extend it for a period of time. However, staff's recommending that in order to undertake the proper review and the changes to the program, that we take the time next year and do it in accordance to what council is directing.
I thought the reason that we had to do the renewal or this was brought to council was because it was only a maximum 8% increase within the agreement year over year, and they've gone outside that 8%.
Through the mayor, to the mayor, no, the report comes annually each year for council to consider as part of, it's been standard process for an annual update to council on what the contract is.
Okay. Councillor Columbus.
Well, other than taking the insurance in-house by the municipality, as Haldeman does, I believe there's only one other supplier of municipal insurance. Is that not correct? I think in years past, former Township Delhi, they went through trying to find some competition, and there wasn't any. So
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, there have been insurers that have come in and out of the market. Right now, our analysis tells us that there is 4 firms that are providing a municipal insurance. So we would anticipate that we would have 4 options moving forward.
That's better than what it was a few years ago, thanks.
Haldeman's not doing their insurance in-house. You just said Haldeman was doing their insurance in-house.
That's what you had explained to us, that they were, for the $500,000, they were covering themselves, no?
No.
Oh, can you re-explain that then?
They do have some higher deductibles than we have. There are slight differences to their program, but they're using JLT, which is one of the other major providers. So I don't really understand, looking at the numbers that Tri-County has presented and shown to me, how the difference between what Haldeman is doing, that could make up $1 million worth of difference. It doesn't make sense. And I think that sort of one of the challenges is that you end up in a pool with other municipalities, and, you know, a smaller municipalities suffer some major, we're having to basically compensate for poor performance elsewhere. There's no other explanation otherwise that our 10-year performance, trailing performance, is actually improving, and yet our rates just went up another 10%.
Would it be appropriate to invite a representative of Frank Cowan down here to maybe explain to us about the $1 million difference? I don't exactly have a passion for insurance, but I'm certainly looking to get one. If we can have someone down here to ask some of these questions to, I would be willing to learn.
Through the mayor to Councillor, Taylor. Certainly, Frank Cowan can attend council if that's the direction of council. They offer various training sessions and can go through the claims history. However, I think it's probably prudent to just make the decision, and if we are going out to market and look for changes in the program, then perhaps we just need to get that started. But certainly if council does want some training and some analysis, then we can make that available. I think at that end, then, it would be interesting to have Tri-County come and present their analysis on the situation at the same time. But I agree with Shelley. I think we need to get moving on this, and we need to look at appointing a broker, and we need to go and start shopping the market. Councillor Rabbits.
Madam Mayor, through you to our finance team, I'm just looking at the staff's recommendation in the report ECS 19-53. It's on page 7 of 8. And in there, we're looking at conducting an actuarial review update and funding that from the insurance reserve. I'd be interested in knowing what the condition of that reserve is, and if we are to perhaps entertain increasing our deductibles, which is sort of floated by that reserve. Are we to get that information during that actuarial review, or is there any information you could provide to us at this juncture in time?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rabbits. So as outlined in your report, the reserve balance as of the audited financial statements in 2018 is approximately $1.2 million. And certainly that is the point of the actuarial review, is to look at deductible levels and what contributions need to be made for the reserve.
And one follow-up question. Is there a dollar figure attached with the actuarial review? What might that draw from the reserve?
Through the mayor, as indicated, the report had indicated $25,000, but we have updated pricing, and we anticipate the cost to be $14,000. Councillor Graham Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, if you look at the increase, I think $105,000 is the liability. And I think a lot of that still goes back to that 20-year argument with joint and several liability, that municipalities have the deep pockets. We are getting a society that is more, they like to sue more, and nobody else has insurance, but the municipality, who's 1% fault, still gets to pay 100% of the bill. And I know we have been lobbying the government on this, so again, on your little trip to Roma, it might be a good thing to put that bug in their ear that if we could resolve that, it probably would not have led to a $100,000 or $105,000 increase in the liability portion of the policy, and the rest of the policy increases seem reasonable, right?
Still, the challenge with that is Haldeman pays $86,000 in liability premium, and we pay $900.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything to add there? And with that, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Seconder? Any further discussion? All those in favor? I lost my train of thought here. Where's the next one? Do we want a 5-minute break, actually, just at the washroom? Yeah, we'll take a couple-minute break. Or maybe, let's say 20 minutes and we'll have a bite to eat and then come back at 5:50.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, you're bound to be back for more. Of North. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Weary beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North.
What I love most about Norfolk County, I think, would be the vastness of the county, how it's big and there's breathing space, and there are so many little pockets of beauty, natural beauty.
I love the seasons here. The springtime, the rain falling on the earth. I'm a farmer, so I enjoy those aspects of it, the smell of the rain. The summer times, we have beautiful, warm summers here.
You have such pristine water here. You have some of the finest cold water streams in Ontario with Big Creek and Young's Creek and others that produce great fishing.
Norfolk is very heavily forested, beautiful color in the autumn. The sun shines very brightly here in the wintertime, so I love the 4 distinct seasons we have here in Norfolk County.
What people find remarkable about Norfolk County, I think, is that our sense of community and us working together.
I think of us as a little bit of, we have these ecospheres in our store. They're these self-sustaining little balls that, you know, completely take care of themselves. We're a little bit like that, you know, in our area. We have so much here.
My kids grow up knowing what it's like to produce a piece of fruit or produce some food, some vegetables, and put them on the table, how much effort that takes. And I think that's important.
When people come into the shop, we pull out the map and we show them the wineries and the breweries, and we tell them about the local dining in town, and we'll tell them about the lavender farm, and along the way show them produce stands that they could stop to pick up some goodies.
Everything that we want to do socially and all of our extracurricular activities are right here. And when you join groups, these people they'll want to get to know you immediately. That's our nature. We're curious and we're supportive and we're interested.
Sometimes opportunity just kind of happens when you're talking to someone and having a conversation with someone here in Norfolk. The next thing you know, you're collaborating with them on a project or activity.
The amount of people within our community that support our business is outstanding because it's a give and take relationship. If you support everyone else, they will support you, and it makes our community that much stronger and that much better.
You know, I think that working with the local businesses here, everyone's very welcoming. Every time I meet a new business owner, and I love to go to new stores and new restaurants that open up and introduce ourselves and welcome them to the community. It's easy to fall in love with Norfolk County.
My advice to a family that's thinking about moving here is to come and visit. Come and spend a week. Come and experience everything that we have to offer, because you're going to find an amazing quality of life.
You're 10 minutes away from a beach. You're 5 minutes away from a dog park. You know, there's so much opportunity in an area like this for young entrepreneurs, young families, even, you know, senior entrepreneurs that are doing that as well.
I'm very happy. I'm lucky, you know, very lucky I can be here, you know. It's a good place to raise family too.
We don't have this sort of slick veneer over us. We're really comfortable in our own skin, and artists are making art because they love to make art, and musicians are writing songs because they love to write songs.
And just because you're not from here doesn't mean that you can't embrace what makes Norfolk great. You know, sort of our diversity, the wonderful landscapes here.
And it's just a great area. You're going to meet great people. You're going to have a supportive environment. We can compete on an international stage with anybody. And that's how we have to start looking at the world.
You just have to be willing to work hard, realize the potential that there is here, and just, you know, put yourself to work and create that opportunity for yourself.
I found that as a young entrepreneur, I was given every opportunity I could want. Just put yourself out there. Go to local events, and you're going to bump into all kinds of people that are going to be, you know, important business connections to you.
Everybody's so willing to help somebody else out. I think that's the best thing about even being a business owner in Norfolk County.
We're a small community, but there's so much support here, whether it's a restaurant or ecotourism. We just have this appetite, and if you've got a great idea, you've got a willing community that's going to get behind your idea.
You know, some of the advice that I would give entrepreneurs coming to Norfolk County would be to think outside of the Norfolk box, but don't forget what's in the Norfolk box, because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot of great people, a lot of great opportunities.
Norfolk County.
Entrepreneurs grow here.
Norfolk County.
Ideas grow here.
Norfolk County.
You grow here.
You grow here.
You grow here.
Okay, welcome back. I guess next report is your report on the wastewater services contract extension.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to council. What you have here is report number PW 19-69, wastewater services extension. Essentially, what we have here is where staff are requesting authorization to extend our current contract with Veolia Water Canada, who is the contractor who operates and maintains our wastewater treatment facilities across the county. The reason that we are here asking for an extension is essentially so that we have adequate time and resources in place to fully develop an RFP for new services, seeking a new service provider, I should say. The reason for 12 months is basically the level of complexity involved in developing an RFP of this nature, due to the fact that we have 5 different wastewater treatment facilities, all of different operating technologies spread across different communities, different pump stations, which this contract also covers the operations and maintenance of our sanitary sewer pumping stations. There's a lot of data that is required, site visits that are required by potential bidders in order to actually see these facilities. They collect a lot of data on the history and operating costs and all that stuff, as well as should Veolia Water Canada choose to bid and not be the successful bidder, we do require a 4-month notice period for them, which allows for us to develop a transition plan for the staff in and out of these facilities and to turn over the operation and maintenance of these sites to the new contractor. Just as a note, the operating budget, which was approved for 2020, includes the an extension, includes the money to pay for the extension of this contract with our current provider. And if you have any other further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions from councilors? So for certain, over the next year, we're going to put together the RFP for this, because I know I had even been talking about this since last February.
Through the mayor to you and council, yes, it is our absolute intention to get this RFP done and issued so that we can continue to ensure that we are getting best value for our money.
Councillor Van Patten.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, this is another one where we're pushing up against the deadline. We really have no other option. And hopefully everybody's Rolodex, we're going to get them like a little ahead of schedule.
Well, this one's this is December. This one's not due till June, so yeah, we're improving.
By the time you do the RFP, propose it, post it, it's going to take longer than June. And I looked at that too, and it's just not enough time, so I would move the recommendation.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Taylor, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. Did you want me to do the bylaws before we go into closed, or when we come out? Doesn't matter. Okay, sounds good. Motion moved by Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Geisens, that bylaws 2019-101, bylaws 2019-113 to bylaw 2019-116 inclusive, bylaws 2019-118 to bylaw 2019-121, bylaw 9 OP 2019, bylaw 11 OP 2019, bylaw 58Z 2019 to bylaw 62Z 2019 inclusive, bylaw 64Z 2019, bylaw 66Z 2019, and bylaw 69Z 2019 be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with corporate seal. All those in favor? That's carried. And with that, I just need a motion for a closed session. I don't have that anymore. Sure, why don't we start with general announcements then while Andy's writing that. Any announcements from anyone?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wanted to update Council this evening regarding Forestry Farm Road and the gas wells, and we're pleased to share that we've received correspondence from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry that they're confirming funding for the installation of the West Bay monitoring well of up to $800,000. So we continue to work with our ministries, our consultants, our contractors, and the university, and we have a plan to mobilize the installation in February.
Thanks very much, Marlene. That's awesome news, and we're still going to be pursuing the rest of the funding at Roma. Councillor Taylor.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to let everyone know that the BIA has got new offices now, just down the street at 26 Peel. Just helped move the last handful of desks in there yesterday, and after the unpacking, it's going to be good to go. I think we are having our last board meeting of the year in the new office, so that's going to be exciting.
Anyone else? Councillor Martin.
Well, thank you, Mayor Chop. I would like to start off by thanking Mr. McQueen for my festive holiday necklace, which leads me right into very happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all of the staff at Norfolk County. Looking forward to a little bit of a break, but it's been a great year, and thank you, everyone.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to ask at this time if I can ask the clerk to place an item from one of the minutes from one of the advisory committees from our meeting this evening on our next council agenda, the minutes of the Agricultural Advisory Board, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, I don't know when the appropriate time to do this is, but we dealt with ECS report 1953 with respect to the insurance. And this 10.6% increase in insurance premium is very significant. And I'm sure the taxpayers in Norfolk County won't appreciate that because it will reflect in their tax bill. So I'm wondering whether there's an appetite for a motion of this nature that Council waive the rules of order to reopen debate upon staff report ECS 1953 and allow a reconsideration upon the matter with respect to the item that we dealt with earlier.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor Columbus's motion? Councillor Huffman, any discussion?
So I'll sign this one here.
All those in favor? That's carried.
Okay. So I made my comments, and we had some discussion earlier about perhaps appointing a broker on behalf of Norfolk County to seek if we can get a better arrangement with Frank Cowan or any other company that's out there. We heard from Ms. Darlington. Perhaps Ms. Darlington would be able to comment exactly how that would work. I think it would be clarifying some of the discussion.
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus. So I guess the first question would be, are you intending to cancel early the 2020 insurance renewal? Because that will play a bit into this discussion as well. And appointing a broker, are you just going to name a broker, or are you going to issue a modified procurement so that individuals, other brokers, and individuals interested would actually submit their proposals to the county? So I guess it's two-part.
I really don't know how we should be handling it, but I'm thinking that perhaps an outside broker could bring us a better cost. Perhaps Mr. Burgess can help us out.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So currently we have a broker. Frank Cowan is technically a broker. You know, clearly we're not happy with the 10% increase, even with our improved performance. Staff's recommendation was to undertake a modified single source where we invite some brokers in to not only just shop our existing insurance program, but to review what is our insurance program and to recommend changes to the levels of insurance, the type of insurance that we're undertaking. So council can make a decision to continue down that path where we look for bids, or council can also just make a decision to choose a broker as a single source and move forward in that manner. In either case, there have to be some time, though, frankly, for a new broker to come on, review the program, go and negotiate and go forward. And the question is whether we're, as Mr. Arlington had said, are we extending for 1 year to give the broker that time to review, analyze, and shop, or some shorter period of time and only renew for a shorter period of time, such as 6 months or 3 months?
Why would we have to tell them now? I mean, if there's a cancellation fee, or if we're I mean, technically we could cancel at any time. So why could we not renew for the year? And if we were within the 3 months, I believe it is, or if it's after that, pay the cancellation fee. And if we saw a substantial reduction in our premium, then the cancellation fee at that point would likely be worthwhile, rather than waiting an entire year before revisiting this.
To the mayor, the challenge with insurance policies is you either have to rearrange in advance for a cancellation fee, because you're not necessarily eligible for a pro rata cancellation fee. So we go out and we've received the quotes for those two. So there's, within the 3 months is essentially a pro rata cancellation fee, and then after that we have negotiated the cancellation fee for either a July or a September timeframe. So if you tried to undertake a cancellation midstream in a policy, you're not necessarily guaranteed that pro rata. That's not how the policy
No,
works.
but if there was a substantial savings, it would make that cancellation fee, I mean, if we're talking right now, $1 million difference between Haldeman and what Norfolk's paying, and we're looking at 6 months into it, so, you know, 500, I mean, cancellation fee surely can't be $500,000. I'm just saying, in a worst case scenario.
Yeah, I would just, I would think that to avoid, you know, uncertainty on the cancellation fee, you would just set up the process to say we're either going to do it in a 3-month time frame expeditiously, we're going to do it in a 6-month time frame, or a 9-month time frame, or a 1-year time frame. And I think that provides certainty to the county. The other item that you have is there's actual administrative background work to switch a policy. So when you switch a policy, when you think about it, every vehicle has to go get, you have to get your pink slips, you have to put them into the vehicles, you have to ensure that the policies are switched over. So there's a bit of, you know, there's a bit of time lag there. So, you know, I think if you want to make a switch, you can do that within that time frame, and then everyone knows that they're working towards a deadline at that point in time, versus trying to cancel something in August. You might as well just say we'll work towards a July, or we'll work to a September time frame, and then it's known as far as a timeline, and then staff and the new broker can you know, can ensure that everything's in place for a set period of time.
3 months to me seems quick, but 6 months seems.
Well, right now, I understand we've got like a 1-year policy with Frank Cowan. So, okay, can we not start working on something for next year, like right to this week?
Yes.
I think we've been through this before, where we should be working on it. As soon as we get this policy underway, we start working on the next one.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, the recommendation was to essentially bring in place another broker by, we were targeting the end of March, and for them to undertake a review of our policy and then shop the policy and then come back to this council in September timeframe with a recommendation at that point in time. So then that way we have an orderly switch on January 1st. But you know, council can decide to. There is a process that we'd have to do for 3 months to select whichever broker we're going to deal with. It's a modified approach, so it'd be quicker, and then that broker would have 6 to 8 months then to find a better solution for us. If no solution is there for us, if there is no improvement, well then council then would have another decision. We would still actually hold an option then for another 1-year renewal with Frank Cowan.
So, Madam Mayor, Mr. Burgess has outlined the process. I believe he's correct the way he's outlined it, and I think we should just stick with what we got, as long as they hold the line and start working on it as soon as they can to switch it over, unless somebody else wants to take it a step further. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff, if we renew this contract, the quotes that we got for the like a 3-month cancellation, a 6-month, and an 8-month, do they become part of that contract? That's set in that if we decide in 2 months that we want to quit with that company, that we've already got that, they can't recalculate it, or in July or September? Is that already included?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the purpose of the extension is to fix that time frame for it, so it would be a set period of time. So your cost would be known at that point in time. I'm not sure if, so there is no, if you renew for the year and you have a choice to renew for the year, renew on a short-term basis for the 3 or for the 6-month period, or renew just on the pro rata for the 3-month period. But you can't renew for the year and then ask to exit at 6 months' time. It won't have the same cancellation clause that what's been negotiated in advance.
Can't we negotiate that clause into the renewal with that set pricing? So if we do find someone who finds us a better deal and we want to change in the middle of the year and at the end of 6 months, then we already know what it's going to cost us, not that they can come up with a new number later on. Can you negotiate that into the renewal?
In my experience, I've had insurance companies not even provide what's called extensions with it. They just say that's our policy, and if you want to cancel, you'll fall under the cancellation. The purpose of this is to, it doesn't mean that if you did a 6-month or a 3-month, the purpose is just to give us the time to exit to another insurer. That's really what you're doing. And you could in theory go back to Frank County, but that would be under a new contract at that point in time. But you're only negotiating the extension for that period of time, so whether it's 3, 6, or 9, and that it would be then the terminus of the contract at that point in time. They won't give you a 1-year term with these other built-in options. That's just not something that they will do. But they will grant you the extensions for those periods of time.
I thought the only option with the prorated return was up to 3 months, and then after 3 months, it was on a short-term cancellation basis anyway, so we would never be able to get that done within 3 months. So either way we look at it, we would be paying a short-term cancellation fee. And I think the short-term cancellation fee, if I recall, was something like if it was July 1st, it was like a 40% return, so it's costing us 10%. The idea being, again, surely we could, within 6 months then, if we had a broker working immediately on this, maybe we could realize the savings in 6 months from now as opposed to a year from now.
Through the chair, that's correct. And as outlined in the report, the reason staff made the recommendation to go for the year is that there is no guarantee. So if you only extend for the 6 months, you'd pay that 10% premium. And you may not, if you don't actually achieve any savings, you may actually end up paying more for your insurance at the end of the day. If you achieve savings, then you'd have to achieve savings at a rate more than the 10%.
But why do you have to I don't understand why we would have to advise them now that we intended to have a cancellation in July. An insurance contract could be canceled at any point in time. You just have to pay the fee to be able to do it. We could decide in June that we wanted to cancel it in August, and we would have to pay the fee. I don't understand why we have to notify them now. So yes, we can renew it for a full year, but the option is still there available to us to pay that short-term cancellation fee at any point in time.
That's correct. Yeah. Once you're past that 3-month pro rata base, you're on the short-term cancellation fee.
So we're not going to get it done in 3 months, but we could technically, renew it for the year, but we could technically aim to try to have something better within 6 months, and as long as we're saving more than $150,000. we're coming out ahead, are we not?
Potentially, yes. The only challenge with that is if, let's say in theory, you're not saving 150, but you're only saving $100,000. Then the challenge is, do you then sign that, or do you wash that effort and then wait then till December to restart the process? Because once you get that quote, it's probably not going to be held for 6 months.
Well, they would be able to understand that at the time. If you had a broker that was reaching out to the potential underwriters, they would be able to say, we need to produce at least this or we're not going to make the move.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do understand the process. I do understand the timelines. I do understand all that. But I also look back a little while ago. We had a local broker that came to us and made an offer to review our insurance policies and pointed out a lot of flaws in our current policies. And I think I noticed him possibly on the short list already. And they're a well-established company. They're a rather large company. They're a local company. What would be wrong with just appointing that company rather than going through a 3-month process and taking up staff time and go shop and then end up probably with the same person that you could just appoint right today?
Through the mayor to the councillor, council has the authority to single source a broker, so council always has that authority. The recommendation from staff was to do a modified approach where we bring in known brokers plus the local broker to evaluate, as an RFP, as a short form RFP process. But this council can single source any broker to act as our broker of record and to go and shop the insurance program.
I see the mayor staring me down, but
Well, no, I don't.
Maybe like to hear some comments from some of the other council members, because I don't really I do understand the public body. You want that open, transparent process, but sometimes you just hire good people because they're good people and they get the job done for you, and they do it cheaper than the high-priced bureaucrats out of the big cities. So.
My view on it was nobody else was knocking down our door trying to say, hey, I think that there are ways to get your premium reduced. There was no one else approaching us about this, and it doesn't cost us anything. I mean, we could even agree to it's 1 year, it doesn't cost us anything, and if it doesn't work, we still are able to re-sign another year with Frank Cowan. Or put it back to another RFP again the same way we did this time. For me, I don't see a downside to doing this, and I just think 3 months is, potentially dragging this on when we could just get to it, and maybe they might be able to find more than $150,000 savings by July, and maybe it might make it worthwhile paying that cancellation fee. I mean, $150,000 was what our premium just went up, so surely that's out there to be saved. But is that the end of that discussion? Councilor Shelley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add that maybe in the course of this process, maybe the Frank Cowan Company might start to maybe get their pencil a bit sharper and realize that maybe there are some things they could do for us that, because I think you've pointed out earlier that some of the numbers and the scores that we are getting that are based on our premiums are not consistent with our current history.
You'd think they would have done that already. Councillor Van Passen.
I'll just jump in here. Could I make a motion that council exempt itself from the Norfolk County purchasing policy and that Tri-County Insurance be appointed what is it, for general insurance and risk management services, and staff could help me with that wording if that doesn't suit their needs.
And I think you would still have, and that the Frank Cowan contract be executed for an additional 1 year.
I thought we already did that. Now we're going to do the whole thing.
We're just looking at the other, I see.
Okay.
You're just, okay.
So I just, for clarity, when I go back to the report, the recommendations, the first three recommendations would stand in place. The fourth recommendation, and that staff be directed to prepare and issue a modified single source bidding opportunity, be replaced with that council essentially undertakes a single source at that point in time for the broker service.
Councillor Rabbits?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I'm willing to second the motion. When we approved of the initial bid by Frank Cowan, it did come with that $50,000, that ballpark savings, 10.6% increase to our insurance premiums. A short time thereafter, less than a year after, does feel as a bit of a slight to Norfolk County and the taxpayers here. So I'm willing to entertain the motion and support it, knowing that we're going to be fulfilling our obligations that are under that contract for 1 more year. And going into our next RFP, I guess it's a lesson learned for how to acquire an insurance company and how to go about negotiating premiums.
Did you want to read that out, Andy?
So it would read that paragraph 3 be amended to read that council exempt itself from the purchasing policy to enter a single source contract with Tri-County Insurance for general insurance and risk management services, or for proposals.
Through the mayor, if I may, to the county clerk, it should stipulate broker only, and you should define a term.
For a term of 2020?
1 year, yeah.
That paragraph 3 be amended to read that council exempt itself from the purchasing policy, and that staff be directed to enter into a single source agreement with Tri-County Insurance for brokering of general insurance and risk management services for a term to end in 2020.
And the balance of the previous motion then was still valid. Okay. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now I have a motion to move into closed session at 6:36 p.m. to discuss a verbal update regarding, it was a DCS matter pursuant to sections E, D, and B of section 239 of the Municipal Act, as the matter pertains to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications of that nature, labor relations and employee negotiations, personal matters respecting identifiable individuals, including employees of the local municipality or board. All those in favor? And that's carried. 1, 2, 3. If you sit, Roger, we can just move ahead. Okay.
We don't have any.
Okay, just reconvening an open session. Just a motion that's been moved by Counselor Martin. Sorry. Let's have a motion to reconvene an open session. Moved by Counselor Geisen, seconded by Counselor Martin. All those in favor? That's carried. Then a motion moved by Counselor Martin, seconded by Counselor Rabbits, that bylaw 2019-122 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County at this council meeting held on the 17th day of December 2019 be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? It's carried. And finally, a motion moved by Counselor Columbus, seconded by Counselor Rabbits, that council be adjourned at 7:32 p.m. All those in favor? That's carried. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.